Sure. Board Member Jeff Bennett. Board Member Deirdre Brown.
Here.
Board Member Elizabeth Callahan.
Here.
Board President Nubia Duval-Wilson.
Here.
Board Member Regina Eckert.
Here.
Board Member Bill Gifford.
Here.
Board Member Bimal Kapadia. Board Member Will Meyer.
Here.
Board Member Shayna Sackett-Gable.
Here.
All right, we have a quorum.
Okay, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Please take notice that adequate notice of this meeting has been provided in the following manner. The written notice was sent from the office of the Secretary of the Board at 2:30 p.m. on January 3rd, 2025. That said notice was sent via email to Maplewood and South Orange Township clerks and the editors of the News Record, Star Ledger, Tappan to Soma, and the Village Green. I'd like to make a motion to enter executive session at 6:33 p.m. to discuss attorney-client matters, personnel, and HIBs. The length of the executive session is estimated to be 75 minutes, after which the public meeting of the board shall reconvene and proceed with business where formal action will be taken. May I have a second? Thank you. Board Member Sackett-Gable, all in favor? Okay, great. We are now back in regular session. Oh, do we have any students here tonight for public speaks? No? Yes? Okay, so motion to have public speaks start for students, please? Why don't you come on up? Let me make sure Mr. Bonds can set it up. Are you able to set up public speaks just for the students? Okay, great. So why don't you come on up? State your name, town that you're in. Thank you.
Okay. Can you hear me now? Yeah. Hello, my name is Alexander Wood. I live in South Orange, and I'm a proud Columbia High School freshman. I'm also part of the marching band. I've been in it since 8th grade. The reason I'm here before you today is the marching band needs a larger truck, and we don't have that. I understand that what you guys are doing isn't easy, and it's not possible to get everything done. It's not possible to have everything work out for everyone. And I understand that there wasn't enough money in the budget this year for a new truck. But I'm asking you to be willing to talk to CHS administration, Mr. Bauer, and other members of CHISMIMFA to please try to find a solution to this. The truck not having enough space last year to move equipment was incredibly hard for the front ensemble and other parts of the marching band, as the front ensemble was, during the preseason band camp, was trapped at Psalms and wasn't with the rest of the band during practices, which made us feel isolated. Also, during the first performance of Dante, which was our marching band show last year, half the front ensemble could not perform because we couldn't bring all the equipment there. Also, we weren't able to have sectionals because all of our equipment was at Underhill, which was also put in danger of being broken, as there were videos of non-percussionists and non-marching band members playing these instruments. These instruments aren't safe at Underhill and need to be kept safe. And as we are incredibly grateful for what Mark Slade did with allowing us to borrow their truck, it's not a sustainable and reliable option. They have a business to run and they might need that truck. And also having parents need to move around sousaphones is also not sustainable, because if we don't have parents that have enough equipment to move around sousaphones, we can't have sousaphone players. We need a new truck, and I'm please encouraging you to sit down with the parties at work to please get us a new one. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so I think that was the only student public speaks. Thank you. So now we'll move on to, I'd like to make a motion to approve the board meeting minutes from the April 23rd, 2025 executive board meeting and the April 24, 2025 exec session and regular board meeting. Do I have a second? Thank you, Board Member Eckert. All in favor, please raise your hand. Great, the meetings have been approved. Next, we will have our student update with Oliver. Thank you.
Okay, first I want to say congratulations to our students who are recognized in the 2025 International Chinese Language Day video competition organized by the New Jersey Chinese Teachers Association. Eden Philippe, Genevieve Campbell, Stella Williams, and Casper Parvin received the Outstanding Collaboration Award for their video Beijing Opera, and Sydney Anrig, Michelle Chen, Karis Evans, Grayson Friedman, and Clover Rosenberg earned the Best Creativity Award for Travel Agency. Each winning group will receive a $50 Amazon gift card from NJCTA. We're proud of their effort, teamwork, and interest in the Chinese language and culture. Congratulations to CHS senior Jules Melman, whose artwork Rooftop Vista earned first place in the 11th District Congressional Art Competition, guided by art teachers Mr. Catrona and Mrs. Pahoki. Jules's artwork will be displayed at the U.S. Capitol for the next year. We are happy to share that the first ever CHS All Arts Showcase is still on display at the Piero Gallery from May into June. The exhibit features student work from the classes of Mr. Cutrona, Miss Malhotra, Miss Murphy, Mrs. Pahoki, Mrs. Stewart, and Mrs. Thomas. The show will wrap up on June 6th with a special screening of films and animations from Mr. Marigliano's classes. Seth Boyden Elementary School was recently honored with the 2025 Arts Champion Governors Award by Young Audiences Arts for Learning. This award recognizes the school's strong commitment to arts education through its 5-year partnership with the AIE residency program. Over the years, students have worked closely with teaching artists to explore stepping, an African American dance tradition, and develop original performances. This year's residency wrapped up with Step Show, the musical Junior, written and directed by teaching artist Maxine Lyle and performed by 4th and 5th graders. The program has brought arts experiences to more than 375 students and helped build a supportive and creative environment for both students and staff. Seth Boyden's dedication to the arts has created lasting opportunities for learning, expression, and community connection. Congratulations to CHS students Oliver Vital Penalber, Reese Wolfinger, Zachary Barron, Neve Kunievsky, Theodore Rotberg, Sophia Natrop Jones, and Adam Jacob for their success at the Montclair Emerging Filmmakers Competition. Their film Project Weekday took home the Best Action Award, the second award this project has received. Special shout out to Reese, who also earned a second award in the Best Sci-Fi category for his film Static. Great work by all on showcasing creativity, collaboration, and strong storytelling on screen. And we're proud to share that the South Orange and Maplewood School District has been named one of the best communities for music education by the NAMM Foundation for the 9th year in a row. The award celebrates school districts across the country that go above and beyond in providing strong, inclusive music programs. A huge thank you to our dedicated music teachers, students, families, and community partners who help keep music a vibrant part of the SOMSD experience. The district continues to support music programs, making music education accessible to all students. And that's all our recognitions. For the report, will the graphs themselves be accessible on screen, or should I just talk about them? I can just talk. All right. My name is Oliver Nesson, and this is a survey that was conducted a couple months ago at Columbia and received 161 student responses. The purpose of this survey was to gather feedback on key aspects of the school environment, programs, and student support. And the data from the survey has recently been shared with the Board of Education. Here with this first data result from the question, I believe that removing and combining course options for next year will harm the academic environment at CHS. It's clear that an overwhelming majority of students, around 80%, felt that it would either strongly or somewhat harm the academic environment. And so Ace and I believe that while we understand that these are necessary reductions, that just a more open explanation to why each course is getting cut down would definitely clear up some of the confusion for these students. And then the next graph. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. For the total. Oh, like for each section. Oh, okay. Yeah. No, I said. Yeah. It's 160 total. And so for this next prompt, that was about prioritizing the arts in its budget. We see over 2/3 of students believe that the arts need to be prioritized, as we just heard about with the marching band. So it's definitely something worth taking into consideration when exploring budget options for the next year. I mean, we know that Columbia is a well-recognized arts district, so just keeping that up is definitely important to our students. And then next. Here we have the prompt. I believe that increased academic support from CHS counseling would help me to thrive as a student. And we see moderate to strong support for some greater roles in CHS counseling. And Asa and I have talked about some things that this might look like, from college help in the application process and further career advice, to just regular meetings so that students know their guidance counselor better and are able to go to them for help. But yeah, definitely something worth exploring. And then next. This was an interesting question, definitely. For the times, I believe that using AI as a tool can help me to succeed in my courses, and we're definitely seeing some mixed responses here. But it makes it clear that AI is a tool that's still developing, and some students are going to be using it, and it's something that we need to consider, maybe adapting coursework to it. I know we've talked about maybe developing some more project-based learning and real life experience to make AI more of a tool than a harm to the classroom. Next. Here we have the prompt. I believe that CHS is a welcoming environment for all students, regardless of their differences. And we were pleased to see that, for the most part, this was a prompt that students agreed with. But we do still have some students, and I know that the recent district survey focused in on some more specific differences that make CHS an environment that students could feel safe in. So I'm sure that we're working towards that. And then next, this was a little disheartening to see, but the overwhelming majority of students do not believe that the security guards at CHS are helping them feel safe, despite it being a welcoming environment. So what that means for students is definitely not good, because we need to have an environment that's safe in order to learn easily. And so there's definitely some things students explore when discussing security options. If we go to the next, it was also clear that the students did not agree with IDs as a security measure, as indicated by a little bit of difficulty in implementing this. So I think going into next year, it'll be interesting to see how the IDs evolve, and if there's any other procedures that we can implement to stop that gap of students who feel safe with security. And then next. We have the prompt. I believe that CHS has done a sufficient job of readying me for the college application process, and many students we see do not feel this way, that they're ready for the college application process. And so like we talked about, bringing some more hands and guidance onto this. And I was actually part of a panel today for some juniors who wanted to learn more. So just getting some more events like that where our senior class can help out juniors would definitely, I think, be of assistance. And then the final one, believing the prompt is, I believe that CHS has successfully prepared me for further education and/or a career. So we see a little bit more of a positive trend, but still some room for growth in just specific college and career preparation. And again, I think guidance could play a role in this, but also specific programs that are tailored to career paths. And I know Dr. Banks worked on a lot of those certificate programs that are going to be integrated into the school's learning environment. And yeah, that's what I have for today. Thank you.
Good job, Oliver. I'm so impressed that you and Asa took the initiative to put this survey together, and I hope that future student reps will carry that torch on and maybe add even more elements to the survey. I think it would be interesting to know how the responses differ depending on grade. I'm curious if you know if a lot of the students were seniors, or if what that mix was.
Yeah, we did not collect data on this, so I think, yeah, it would be interesting to see. And then also, I think just even making this more of a frequent thing, obviously it won't be me, but the student reps for next year, just maybe less questions, but on a more frequent basis. And then, if possible, working with administration so that this is mandatory, or at least incentivized response, because we did get 160 responses, but it's a 2,000 student school, so there's definitely some perspectives that we know we're missing, so it's important to get the full range of voices here.
Oliver, I know that there were a number of narrative responses that students were able to give in addition to these. Obviously, we can't share all of those, but would you be able to highlight from your reading of it, any sort of tall trees as far as suggestions that students had?
Yeah, I mean, it was really just going with the responses that we've already seen, and just wanting some more clarity and communication in the actions from the board. And I think definitely the board reps, current and future, should be working to facilitate this type of communication. But I think a lot of this this is just stemming from perceived just feelings that they're not being informed on all the decisions made, and that just a little could go a long way in making all students at Columbia and across the district feel more safe and heard.
Okay, great, thank you. We'll move on now to the superintendent update.
Thank you, Oliver. I also appreciate you leaving out the survey question about myself, who is the best district superintendent. I understand I came in third in that vote. A Dr. Bill Loney was first, and a Dr. Pepper was second. Totally understandable. Third is admirable. Nothing to be ashamed about. I will continue with my positive affirmations every morning. Well, we did have our first superintendent student council. High school couldn't make it because they had a conflict, but we met with both student councils at middle schools. So that's going to be carried over in the next year. There'll be monthly meetings. We'll be bringing students to this building to discuss issues, as Oliver noted. Just big thanks. I know we have a couple of presentations, so I'm going to be quick. Big thanks for our ribbon cutting on May 27th. Really went quite well for our high school library / media center and commons area. Truly special event. We were lucky enough to have current and past board presidents show up. Big thanks to Frank Sanchez for his comments and all his work in regards to the space. Also, another big thanks to folks that showed up to our Anxious Generation book study number 2 last night. Had about 30+ folks show up. Great discussion, really delved into the challenges young people face in our increasingly connected and flat world. Again, I think it provided an important opportunity for parents, educators, and community members to engage in the themes that were presented in the book. On that subject, we've had discussions as a board. We're going to continue having discussions. We do have a policy that upholds the ban of cell phones district-wide. We'll be looking deeper into that policy at our next board committee meetings and sending out some correspondence to the public over the next month or so in regards to decisions made around smartphone usage, K-12. Contract settlement, again, I know we announced it last time, but we're very proud to announce that the South Orange and Maplewood School District has successfully reached a new collective bargaining agreement with our South Orange Maplewood Education Association. We have also made significant progress with our Association of Supervisors, Coordinators, and Administrators. We are pending ratification from that group, so we are excited and very close to the finish line with our administrators. So big thanks to both of our associations for their diligent work, in addition to our board for their hard work in regards to settling our contracts. Very quickly, our financial landscape, as you all know, and big thanks as well, we approved our 25-26 school budget on Thursday, April 24th. Big thanks to our Community Budget Advisory Committee for their invaluable work, in addition to the Board of Education and our dedicated SOMSD staff. It is imperative that the district address financial landscape for the foreseeable future. The reality is South Orange and Maplewood School District, along with many other school districts across the state, anticipate a very lean budget year for the next several years. This outlook is influenced by a combination of factors, including rising operational costs, inflationary pressures, state aid constraints, and the need to manage prior commitments while continuing to invest in essential programs and services. This lean budgetary period will necessitate continued fiscal prudence, strategic resource allocation, and at times difficult decisions regarding spending priorities. Our commitment remains steadfast: maximize every dollar to directly benefit student learning and maintain the high standards of education for which our district is known. We're going to focus on preserving core academic programs, supporting student services, and ensuring the safety and maintenance of our facilities, all while operating within stringent financial parameters. We currently are examining personnel and position rosters and also facility space. We are working closely with building leaders to ensure district vacancies are filled internally first, and secondly, hiring externally. This process will ensure no reduction in force for the 2025-26 school year. Finally, we are starting the work as a board around one of the promises we made in this 25-26 budget around an energy savings improvement plan. We started discussions at our last FFT committee meeting. For those of you who don't know the New Jersey Energy Savings Improvement Plan, the initiatives demonstrate New Jersey schools district's commitment to sustainability and fiscal responsibility. By leveraging ESIPs, our district can fund essential infrastructure upgrades through energy savings, minimizing the financial impact on taxpayers. As government entities struggle, such as school districts, to offset many costs, a performance contract can be a solution to afford the upgrades. An energy savings improvement plan is based on financing today's improvements off of tomorrow's savings for little to no cost. So we're excited about starting that work. And finally, I really did want to focus on a few things because we've been receiving emails for the past week or so. As a district founded on the strength of relationships, we believe that it's our responsibility to teach our students how to participate in civil discourse with empathy, openness, and integrity. These conversations, sometimes challenging, always essential, are where true learning and growth happen. Through intentional practice and guided opportunities, our students learn not just to listen, but to understand, and not just to speak, but to contribute meaningfully to a broader dialogue. This alone is a huge task. This job well, I'm not going to call it a job, but it's better entitled a calling. Education, the education field, being an educator, can be very rewarding. However, as you have read in the headlines, education burnout is growing. Recruiting students and folks into the teaching field is becoming more and more difficult, and our responsibilities such as student safety, both physical and emotional, developing critical thinkers, cultivating empathy in our students, and so much more, increases every day, and it can be quite overwhelming for administrators, for our classroom teacher, for our paraprofessionals, for every level of employment in any education setting. So what we often receive, we often receive requests to really unilaterally solve adult and community issues within SOMA as a school district. So to that end, I'm really going to urge our communities to create spaces and opportunities that demand regular, reasoned, open, and collaborative evaluation of ideas. Spaces where viewpoints are examined, not individuals attacked. We must set an example for our children and work to be a community where wrestling with complex concepts and their implications is not only allowed, but actively encouraged, provided it is done with a genuine commitment to SOMA's shared values. Social media misuse threatens this process by promoting disingenuous dialogue over genuine understanding and by encouraging division rather than connection. Adults, educators, parents, and caregivers play a crucial role in the modeling the kind of communication we want to see in our children. Our students, our children look to us to model what communication looks like, not only face-to-face, but also online and on social media. In reading emails I receive, along with other staff emails that they receive, and viewing posts on social media and listening to public speaks, not only at our board meetings, but at South Orange Municipality Board meetings and Maplewood Township Board meetings, we need to set a better example for our students in regards to what communication looks like and what we want to reflect our values in SOMA. When we demonstrate as adults how to listen with humility and empathy and seek truth without taking away another's dignity and utilize social media responsibly, we set the standard for our children. Our children are watching how we respond to conflict, how we speak about others, and how we respect each other in the face of differences. We have a couple presentations tonight. Where's Dr. Dr. Gilbert will be doing a couple presentations, one on year 4 of the OWLS report, and then also on survey results. So I'm going to turn this over to Dr. Gilbert.
Hello. Good afternoon, good evening. For those who don't know me out there on TV land, I'm Dr. Kevin Gilbert, the Assistant Superintendent of Schools. To our Superintendent, our Board of Education, and all of you who are here, I am here to do a couple of things. One, to give you the Year 4 report on our III, also known as the Intentional Integration Initiative. And then followed with that, I will go through various survey data that we've collected this year. So, the clicker. Can you just click the next slide for me, Keith? So this presentation is going to summarize our Year 4 report, a review of the 4th year of our integration of III. The purpose, just to remind people, the purpose of our algorithm is to kind of help build diversity through our student placement process based on socioeconomic status, and it's happening in our elementary and our middle schools. But I just want to caution people, just remind people that this is only one part of our integration effort. Thank you, sir. Moving students is only one way we do that. We're trying to deeply embed integration or inclusivity throughout our schools through our implementation of our Rutgers equity audit recommendations and other aspects. Our aim with our III is to have a 5% variance between our low, medium, and high SES groups in our schools. So we start with kindergarten. Kindergarten is our largest group of students who are placed through III. This past year, we put in about 510 kindergarten. We placed 510 kindergarten students. As part of that placement, the capacity, it was very tight. So we have to give seat capacity numbers to our ALS group for placement. This year, the capacity was tighter than previous years, and the enrollment has outpaced that capacity. So it was very challenging to kind of try to keep students that are at their closest school, as we try to do, as well as balance the variance across our district. So we did add a new class at Delia Bolden, and we released whole seats at Clinton Elementary, and the class size cap was raised from 22 to 24 students. Also, most of 71% of the placements were assigned through sibling priority. Sibling priority. And also nearly all of the students who came through, 84% of the students that received were placed through through the algorithm. 41% of our SOMSD kindergarten students were assigned based, again, on sibling priority, ensuring that placement with their older sibling already in grades 1 through 5. 60% of students were placed through sibling priority through Tustin and Marshall. There's a graphic there to kind of show you the various percentages of our placement of our students. Also, there was all of our students we made our target of our plus or 5 minus variance in all of our schools with the exception of Clinton Elementary. This was due to a couple of factors. One, the low SES tier student increase that were assigned late in our school time got assigned to Clinton, as well as we had a significant number of, or we had a number of multilingual students who were also placed at Clinton. Okay, there we go. This is just the next graphic is just a table to kind of show those numbers. You can't see that, but when you see it posted on the website, you'll be able to follow along with the graphic. Although the integration algorithm is race neutral, we do monitor race in the district, and Clinton experienced the most significant variance in terms of the number of our Black students. They were up from 2% last year to previous year, and they saw an increase of about plus 23%. Again, this imbalance was caused by a reduction in the number of seats that they had, as well as a sharp increase in the number of pre-assignments for Black students who are in special education and multilingual students. Clinton houses not only our ML program, but it also houses our ABA program as well. And our special education numbers show that the ABA, our autism program, has a significant number of students of color in there. And so that's why we saw that increase in Clinton Elementary School. Again, another one of those graphics for you to check out when we put this online. In the 24-25 school year, about 48% of the algorithm assigned students, again, were placed in their closest school, against with the higher placement rates for high SES students, about 59%, compared to our low SES students, which is about 45%. However, the share of low SES students attending their closest school rose 34% to 45%, which means that there was a slight decrease in the number of our medium and high SES students who went to their closest school. And here's another graphic for you to check those numbers out and see how they compared across our district. Then the neighborhood analysis that we did shows that between like 2023 and 24 and 24-25, South Boynton has seen the most significant increase in students who are going to their school, who live near the school in their neighborhood, while South Mountain and Clinton saw declines, and this was due to a reduced capacity. Notably, only 18% of the Clinton neighborhood students were assigned to Clinton through the algorithm in 24-25, again, largely because of all the other factors that I mentioned earlier and the assigned seats and the pre-assignments that were made from those other factors. Again, another chart for you to review. Between sorry, I already did that one. Overall, the average distance increased marginally from 1.09 to 1.13 miles for our low SES students who saw a notable drop from their average distance as well. And this was largely, again, due to we increased the seat capacity at Seth Boynton. So even though the overall average of the distances for students kind of rose largely, we did see a drop for our low SES students in their distance, which was at 1.45 to 1.25. And so that's one change that we saw. And we also saw that our gains were strongest for our low SES and Black students, both seeing significant increases in those traveling less miles to school. That's been one of the issues that we know that we were dealing with, in that our algorithm was placing some of our students, our low SES students, were having the furthest to travel based on their placement. But this past year through placement, we did reduce that number. With that being said, that does mean that the number of our mid to high SES tier students went a little further than they normally would have gone. Couple of more graphs for you, the tables for you to check out to compare those numbers. And now we move to first grade. So remember, now when it comes to kindergarten, all of our kindergartners are placed through the algorithm. After that, grades first, second, third graders are only new students go into the algorithm. So as new students register, so those numbers will be slightly smaller than overall. But we still monitor that because these new students are actually coming into classes that have already had full class placement. So we have to monitor and see what that variance looks like. Just some highlighted numbers. Clinton saw slightly overrepresentation of our low SES students. Delia Bolden saw a slight underrepresentation of our low SES students, and Seth Boynton saw a slightly underrepresentation of our high SES students. Another one of our graphs for you to look at. Go back one. On this particular graph, that's the one we just saw, I am struggling here with the technology. For those who don't know me, I am very technologically challenged. So Keith, I'm probably going to turn this back over to you to kind of help me. It keeps going back to the other slide here. I know it was working and then it stopped working, and now I'm sweating because now I'm embarrassing. Now I'm embarrassing myself. And I know my partner is probably watching, look with her head down like, do I even know you? All right. So elementary school, our first grade, so two highlights here. Seth Boynton, our white student variance increased from -10 to -11 percentage points. And in Tuscan, our Black student variance increased from -10 to -10 percentage points. One of the things as we go through this presentation, I want you to pay attention to what's happening at Tuscan Elementary School. I know in the past when we started with III prior to my arrival here, the concern was around Seth Boynton and South Mountain showing the largest variance, especially when it came to race in the students. but now our numbers are really showing that Tuscan is now becoming that school that we have to really pay close attention to for several external factors that I'll talk about later. Say that? Okay, thank you, because it keeps popping, it keeps going back to, thank you. Go to the next slide. So now we'll move to second grade. Go to the next slide, please. In second grade, again, our variance numbers are showing, they're not showing much change from the variance. We're doing a good job of trying to stay within that 5% variance, but again, we have our outliers that we're monitoring. So Clinton, South Mountain, and Seth Boyden still are showing slight excesses in our variance that we're trying to make, but overall, even in our second grade, our variance is still, for the other schools, are looking like they're staying within that, our mark of 5%. Next slide, please. Here's another graph. Next slide. This particular slide gives a couple of things. So when we talked about Tuscan, so Tuscan Elementary School exhibited the significantly higher positive variance for white students, about plus 18, and a negative variance for black students, which is about negative 13. And when we looked at what happened to them in the first grade to the second grade. And there's 4 factors that are playing into that. One, the pre-triple I imbalance. So we're just talking about prior to that, there was already an imbalance, and when they were in the first grade, and it got exacerbated with the second grade students that we pushed into the school. Sibling priority. One of the reasons why Tuscan is showing the demographic that they're showing is they are the school that has the largest sibling priority in our district. There's more sibling priority in Tuscan than any of our other schools. And so they get a lot of siblings into that particular school. And then the white representation across SES tiers, they have the highest percentage of white students in the SES tier, in all of the categories of the SES tiers, not just high, but also in the low and the medium range. And that's also becoming a factor in why we're seeing their numbers kind of spread out like they're doing in terms of their diversity look. And then the capacity constraints. Tuscan and Ms. Majid always reminds us is that she has a small building. Because of the small building, their capacity is smaller. And so we are, a lot of the whole seats and things, it fills up quickly. And with all these other factors that are happening, Tuscan is just that outlier that in our district that we have to just kind of pay attention on how those placements look. But they also don't have the capacity for a whole lot of inputs to come into the school, if that makes sense. Next slide, please. You can go to the next slide. Again, here's a graphic to kind of show some of the tables to kind of see the comparisons that I kind of talked about. Next slide, please. Now we're going to third grade. So again, third grade, next slide. Again, Seth Boyden showed the most positive variance for low SES students, while South Mountain showed the most negative variance for SES students. And as we look at these grades now, kind of remember that these students are being placed in schools where their class was placed by the algorithm when they were in kindergarten, right? So as they move through, and so whatever capacities and whatever influences were happening at the front end when they were in kindergarten, it gets, the imbalances kind of come in as you add other students. And so part of what we do with our placement is to have to try to look at that to try to keep the variance together, but we're still, like you see, +7 at Seth Boyden, -8 for low SES at South Mountain, and then, but they did have a positive higher SES variance of +7 at South Mountain as well too. And so those are just factors that are piling onto other factors that were already percolating inside of the school when they got there. Next slide. Well, another table that you can compare those numbers with. Next slide. In grade 3, for the 24-25 school year, the racial ethnic distribution of variance across most schools did remain stable as they were when they were in the second grade. Again, there was an overall improvement in the average variance across schools, with many variances moving close to zero from within several other groups. And so, you know, even though we have those few outliers that we talked about, the other elementary schools, variances seem to be in line. Next slide. Again, another table is going to come here, that table there that you can compare those numbers with. Next slide. The Marshall Delia Bolden unpairing. Next year, Marshall and Delia Bolden will finally be K-5 schools. Yay. We got there. But this year, so hearing the concerns from families around not having a choice in the unpairing last year, we provided a choice option this year for families to opt in to Delia Bolden. Unfortunately, only about 13.8% of those families opted into Delia Bolden, which meant we still had to use the algorithm for those remaining families to place them in Delia Bolden. But the end result is that now for the 25-26 school year, both Delia Bolden and Marshall will be K-5 schools. Next slide, please. Now to the middle school. So sixth grade, so the kindergartners are our largest group of placements in our elementary school, and our rising sixth graders are our next largest group. So our sixth grade, all of our rising sixth graders get placed into the algorithm. There were, prior to the placement, again, there are administrative transfers that center around ELL as well as special education seats based on the programming prior to the algorithm placement of the other students that go there. Again, the goal is still the same, to try to get students to their closest school based on their SES tier. Next slide, please. The next two tables will give you the comparison data. What I want you to pay attention to, you can go to the next slide too, on these data as they do the year comparison. We are seeing in our middle school the same balance of student distribution, whether it's SES tier or racial demographics. We're seeing that both of those placements are really leveling off, and so we're seeing if there's any area in our district where the school populations are getting close to matching with our district-wide populations are, it seems to be playing out in our middle schools. And so you can look at the data to test me on that. Next slide, please. So a couple of highlights. 43% of the students were from our low SES tier, 22 were in the medium, and 35 were in the high. The placement, the racial ethnic placements panned out with 22% being black, 9% Hispanic, 70% being white, and then these are all the withdrawals that people who kind of withdrew from our school. So this is the percentages of the students who were withdrawing, what their socioeconomic status were based on the withdrawals. And 56 of the withdrawals were students who were assigned to South Orange Middle School. So that's either withdrawals, that's the school that was hit hardest by our withdrawals. Next slide, please. Then on the mileage piece, the pre-assigned students, many of them are 1.37 miles for our pre-assigned students, 1.17 miles for those who were assigned to Maplewood Middle School, and about 1.20 miles average for those who were South Orange Middle School. The top one, though, says that 83% of the students overall were placed at their closest school, at their closest middle school. But for those students who were placed by the algorithm, 90% of those students were placed at their closest school. So the lower number factors in the algorithm and administrative placements. But when you look at all the students who went through the algorithm placed 90% of those students at their closest middle school. Next slide, please. Because again, a couple of more tables. Next slide. You can go to the next slide. So seventh grade, an analysis of our socioeconomic status and racial equity distribution shows that the demographic difference between our two middle schools still remains minimal and reflecting continued balance across stability for both years. Again, that goes back to my earlier point that we're seeing the balance in our middle school. Next slide. And the charts for you to review. Next slide. And in our eighth grade, this year was the year we added our eighth graders to the algorithm. And so the next couple of tables show you how that disbursement happened with our introduction of our eighth graders, our new eighth graders to our middle school in the algorithm. Next slide. And again, when you look at these graphs, it's the comparison. When you look at last year, that's where they were in seventh grade and what it looked like this year with the placement. Next slide. Next slide. So in closing, I'll go through a few highlights for you all. Next slide. So 5 out of 6 elementary schools and both middle schools maintain their variance of 5%. Kindergarten students who were placed at either their first or second closest school increased from 67% and from 23-24 to 71% to 24-25. So that means that we were able to place 71% of our kindergartners this year to either their first or second closest school. 83% of sixth grade middle school students were placed at their closest school, but as we said, if they were placed by the algorithm, that number rose to 90%. Over half of our elementary students assigned by the algorithm, 56%, were assigned to schools less than a mile from their home in 24-25, and it slightly rose to about 55% for this current school year. And then the number of low SES tier students traveling more than 3 miles decreased from 6% last year to 2% this year. And then the number of elementary school Black students who had traveled less than a mile to school increased from 34% to 52%. And then this year, the number of those traveling over 3 miles also fell from 10% last year down to 4% this year. So we were able to help some of our most challenging students get to their closest school. Some other key, next slide, oh, you got it there. Some other key highlights for our implementation. We made progress in identifying our students who were pre-assigned. We developed a wait list protocol and procedure this year, and we assigned a staff person who monitors that. Unfortunately, we were unable to move students off of the wait list, and so we are actually, if you were on the wait list in kindergarten for this year, we move the wait list, we move you over to first grade for next year. So we're gonna keep the wait list active so that if something opens up in your first grade year, we can get you off of the wait list. Over 85% of our kindergarten families have reported their self-reported data on either educational levels and their income levels. We now regularly provide the withdrawal data that the ALS groups need to kind of help us monitor what's happening with our withdrawals. And this year, after much demand, ALS groups did get access to our TransFinder data to help them with the distances in their schools. We know that's something the board has been asking for several years. It happened this year, and we're happy to have that implemented. The ALS group for the last 2 years, they helped us with our unpairing. We worked with the ALS group to put together a workable timeline to get these placements out in a timely manner. And then we reviewed with the ALS group the possibility of looking at the weighting system that they use in their formula. And after several tests, it was deemed that changing the weights, the only 2 factors that are weighted are income level and education level. And through the beta test, there was no significant difference in distribution to make any radical changes to that. And with that, I think we're joined by Mr. Michael Alves. Will take questions. I don't know, did I make the 20 minutes?
Actually, you are exactly at 20 minutes because I've been timing you, so thank you.
Look at that. Excited, excited. I did it.
Your wife is very proud.
All right.
Okay, so unless Mr. Alves had anything to say, we can start with questions. Do we know if he?
I don't. Mr. Alves, can you hear us?
He needs to unmute.
Yeah. Mr. Alves, can you unmute your microphone and say hi to everybody?
Trying to.
All right.
Hey,
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. We can hear you now. Yes,
All
sir.
right. Okay, thank you.
Is there anything you'd like to add before we take questions from the board?
Well, of course. Again, I've been at this for nearly 50 years. I hate to say so. When I started, I was the young guy, and now I'm the old man. But anyway, it's been an absolute pleasure working with South Orange Maplewood. What's so impressive, and of course, you've gone through and you've seen the results that you're achieving, but you also need to recognize that this is really a new major innovation in trying to integrate schools because you're trying to achieve parents want schools near their home, and we're able to do that to the extent practicable. The 5% variance, Cambridge started with that years ago, and they've expanded it. But in this particular case, I'm quite impressed how, in terms of your variances, which means the extent to which your schools are truly, at least in terms of the enrollment, truly diverse with socioeconomic status, and your racial results, although we do not have any factor dealing with race, certainly proof of a well-integrated district. Remember, I designed a plan in Seattle, Washington that the Supreme Court in 2007 said, oh, you can't use race unless you're convicted in federal court. And so we've been developing a multifaceted socioeconomic model. And so what you have here in South Orange is certainly an evolution of that model. So again, I really want to commend the district. And of course, there's always room for improvement, and we certainly work very well with Dr. Gilbert, Liana, the whole staff. And so we're always searching for what is the best practice. We always open for new ideas, but when anyone wants to make any changes to something that is apparently successful, we always do, of course, a beta test so you can see what the results would have been if you had implemented that suggestion a year ago. But overall, I just am very proud of working with your school district.
thank you, Mr. Alves. Can we get any questions? Who wants to go first? Okay, Regina rose her hand, and then.
This was actually an unplanned one, but Mr. Alves, thank you, by the way, for joining us tonight. You just mentioned something about Cambridge's +5 variance that was recently expanded. Can you just talk a little bit more about that?
Well, I started what's called control choice. I invented that along with the people in Cambridge back in 1980. And so they had to adopt a variance to measure the extent of school integration, and they adopted 5%. But then over the years, Cambridge expanded it to 10%. But then when the Supreme Court outlawed race, we had to convert to socioeconomic. So now in Cambridge, they have issues in Cambridge where still are certain schools that are not very attractive to the high SES in Cambridge. And of course, like South Orange, Cambridge has their SES, high SES is in terms of highly educated parents. So Cambridge is still struggling with some schools that, to the extent you could have a blue collar neighborhood in Cambridge today, they're still struggling to attract more middle class families. So they've expanded the variance over time to it's about 10%. I've been assigning the kids in Cambridge now since 2000. And so the variances just depend in terms of what is the comfort level of the district. But in terms of South Orange, it's well within the 5%. And so I don't see anything right now in the data at all, and I've talked to staff about this, that would require overall increasing the variance. Again, if where you may have issues like Cambridge and all the other districts I've ever worked with, it's more school specific. So you may have a couple of schools that, for whatever reason, are not attracting a certain socioeconomic group. And also, as pointed out in the report, is that you do, of course, pre-assigns, and of course, sibling preference is a major pre-assignment, and that simply takes up seats. And then, of course, you place your special ed and your limited English proficient children, and those administrative assignments are all pre-assigned, and all of that, of course, affects capacity. The one thing to understand about student assignment, it depends on capacity. How many seats do you have available in the school? And so you're always struggling with issues of capacity, but capacity and pre-assignments have a major effect in terms of the actual placement and assignment of students.
No, that was very helpful, and I think I know Cambridge has a different model than SMSD because they have the controlled choice, so I can see why expanding that variance if they're struggling to attract other, I think you said middle class, middle SES families. I think we are also a bit different from that because we are not controlled choice. And I also think what we get challenged with, like you mentioned, Mr. Alves, is it all depends on seat capacity and, thinking about the whole timeline of registration to assignment to when people move and the late registrations. What we've seen, I believe, and if you can confirm, is that oftentimes the later registrations will not end up toward nearest their closest school, and then subsequently we then have to end up transporting them. So I think that to me is the biggest difference is that one, it's a different model. It's controlled choice versus ours. But I also think we have in the kind of budgetary world that we now live in, those are things that we actually should be considering is, obviously seat capacity is constraining us, but how much are we then, quite frankly, spending to transport kids all around town?
Thank you very much for bringing that up. That's also why we're able to utilize your new transportation system. My colleague, Nancy McConnell, is not here tonight, and of course, she's a brilliant demographer, probably one of the best in the country. And Nancy's been working with that software, and that's been very helpful because now you're in sync in terms of your distance for transportation eligibility, along with the distance used for the algorithm. So we're very cognizant of the idea of children being able to attend schools nearest to their home, and at the same time, do it in such a way that you're able to maintain an integrated school district. I mean, this is what's remarkable. And one of the things we've been thinking about in terms of our so-called algorithm, after you have the students sorted by their SES tier, in the past, we've been just using the random number. Who got the highest random number gets assigned first. And Nancy has been doing various beta testing where it would always be the children who live nearest closest to a home. And the results of that are very promising, and we want to work with Dr. Gilbert and the staff on that. But we're very aware that we try to avoid outliers. And when you have transportation, you always have a few students that are way out in the fringe of the district. And that's something that we are very aware of all the time. And that's why sometimes you need to be flexible in terms of your capacity. You may want to then just maybe, because you don't want outliers. Again, in the report, we talk about children being transported over 3 miles, which we've made headway on significant. But ultimately, I think that you should try to be a little bit more flexible with capacity. And in your case, the thermostat is class size. but how many seats can you increase by classroom? The other big one is an enrollment strand, which would be K through 6. That's schools that have extra classrooms. But again, every district struggles with this, and especially a district like your district where you don't have a lot of excess schools or excess capacity. But what you're bringing up is something we're very aware of it, and we're always trying to work with the district in terms of minimizing any children who are not able to attend a school within their first or second closest school.
Thanks, Mr. Alves. We have a time limit on this presentation, so I'm going to move things along a little bit. And Will, I think you were next, right?
Yeah, thank you very much. Dr. Rose, I appreciate the information from the presentation. I know that in the presentation from last year, the Year 3 report, it had a list of certain recommendations for the future, and that may be semantics. There's a lot of indications of things that have been achieved in this year, but I wonder if you would just give us your overall view on the state of III as it is and going forward, and the degree to which you have recommendations for ways that it should move in order to stay effective and achieve its goals right now.
Yeah, I'll be very brief. I think the concept of a wait list, that first started again 1981 when children did not get their first choice school under controlled choice. So clearly, we designed what we call a wait list. But a wait list is really something for only those students who went through, in that case, a lottery. And we've learned over time to try to have a shelf life because, again, what's probably more important is to be thinking about a controlled choice transfer policy. In other words, your wait list will only affect certain students, whereas a transfer policy, for whatever reason, for utilizing controlled choice, is something to consider in the future. We've made great, but now the wait list that they have, working with staff, is certainly well managed. The question is, again, availability of seats. And also, I'd recommend, again, this idea of this an internal thing. It's kind of a best practice uh, for us would be to really think about, instead of just sorting children by the random number, high to low, that we be consistent and congruent and continually just trying to assign students to their closest school. Those are the two recommendations that I would make in the future. Other recommendations made in the past, as we pointed out, we've made great progress on, especially being able to identify early on all of your pre-assigns, and the district should be commended to staff because they've done a very good job on that. So overall, I would say that to me, the program is working very well, is providing, but most important, providing you with stable integration. And also, what that means on the withdrawals, not many people are leaving your school district. I don't think any of them because of student assignment. So no one can use that phrase years ago, white flight or class flight. You don't have that issue here. I think overall, the district has done a great job because it's committed to it and being able to work with people who the plan's been well implemented, and that's so important. But we're always trying to come up with ways we can fine tune. And anything that is major, obviously, we have the ability to beta test it. In other words, we go back to last year and say, what if you had done that change last year, what the results would be. So the board can always make informed choices and decisions when they want to make some adjustments. But overall, I commend you. I think that this is becoming, in terms of student assignment, incredibly well integrated school. I don't know of any other school district in the country is as well integrated as yours, quite frankly. But then, of course, what happens in the class in the school is equally, probably many times even more important. So I think overall, in terms of at least trying to provide the schools with an integrated student enrollment, I think that certainly the district, the algorithm that we've all put together is working.
Hi, thank you very much, Mr. Alves, for speaking with us. I had a question about controlled choice. Like, our integration plan seems to be unusual because we don't use any kind of zoning, we don't use school pairings anymore, but we don't have controlled choice. Our system works by, a proximity assumption where everyone wants to go to the closest school or second closest school, et cetera. Are we the only district in the United States that has an integration plan that works this way on like random mandatory assignment with a proximity assumption?
Well, what you are actually is most school districts in the United States assign students based on where they live. Residential-based assignments have been around since Horace Mann. Like
No, I'm sorry. I know
Well,
that I was referring to districts that don't have zoned schools anymore, but have an integration plan. Like, are we the only district that operates on something like a proximity assumption where there's no parental ranking of schools that doesn't have controlled choice and doesn't have zoning?
Well, again, what you have, you do not have. You get rid of individual school boundaries, okay, and that's something which came out of controlled choice, and that you're assigning students again based upon proximity to the school nearest their home, and which is controlled choice allows parents to choose whatever school. In the large school districts, I create zones, the geographic zones, like I've done in Wake County, North Carolina, here in Charlotte, where I live, in North Carolina, now Boston. And so, in terms of your district, I think that, as I said earlier, the idea that you could initially assign students to the school closest to their home, because overall, probably that's most parents prefer that, especially if it's a good school. But then also, you may want to think about introducing a controlled choice transfer policy. In other words, there would be a parent, for whatever reason, did not want to go to a different school, they could apply and we could develop a controlled choice algorithm together. But I would be utilizing choice in terms of school transfers, not necessarily the initial assignment, because the initial assignment, most parents evidently are pretty satisfied with that assignment, but there's always parents who would prefer to go to another school. So right now, I think to start exploring the possibility of introducing a controlled choice transfer policy, I think it'd be a more prudent step at this point for the district.
Okay, we have time for one more. I just want to make sure, because Liz, did you have something you wanted to add? No, okay, so then you'll be the last one. Okay, and then we'll wrap it up. Thank you.
Thank you for being here today. I was looking at some data that we received in a Friday packet in February, and it had data of assignments by neighborhood that you had provided. And I just want to understand a little bit more about the scrubbing that you do to remove the isolated placements. So for example, this year I saw that there was one kindergartner from the entire Marshall neighborhood that was assigned to Tuscan, and there were only 3 kindergartners from the entire South Mountain neighborhood zone assigned to Clinton. And this occurred in other instances as well. In some cases, the pre-assigned students, so the siblings, the ML or the special services assignments did help. So for example, there might have been one student that the algorithm assigned from the South Mountain neighborhood to Tuscan, but then there were other two pre-assigned students from the South Mountain neighborhood, bringing the total students to 3 from the entire South Mountain neighborhood to Tuscan. I consider that to be an isolated placement. I think it is not conducive to community building, to allow parents to rely on their village for carpooling, and I don't think it is prudent for transportation efficiency. So can you talk to me a little bit about what scrubbing is done to try and minimize this from occurring? And also, does this happen in other districts that you work with, and are there solutions to how we can prevent this from happening?
Well, here's some help. Can you define what you mean by scrubbing?
So if the algorithm places all the students according to the algorithm, do you go back and look at the data to see, this placement doesn't really make sense? This student is the only one from this area being bused to this one school. From a community building standpoint, from a transportation efficiency standpoint, this doesn't make sense. We should manually change what the algorithm has assigned.
Okay, yes. We call these kind of outliers, because again, we're always concerned about, uh, ideally, when you assign students, okay, that there's a cluster of them. And that's where certainly, as we continue to utilize your student transportation system and have a better understanding about routing, that you're always trying to, if you have enough students to justify a bus stop, for example, in a certain area, what we don't really want to see is one or two students who get isolated. And this is something that certainly with Nancy and staff, we can take another look at that and get back to you with more precise answer. But the issue you're raising is something we're always concerned about. And ideally, what you want to, you could maybe have a critical mass of students from a particular area, that they could be assigned to a school further away, but there's enough students to justify the yellow bus stop. That's the best answer I can give to you tonight. But certainly, if you could send it on to Dr. Gilbert and he can put that in written form to me and Nancy, we'll certainly pursue it and get back to you with probably a much better answer.
Okay, I'll do that. That's helpful. And I agree. I think it does make I agree with you completely. Assigning a cluster of students as opposed to one student is just so much better for many, many reasons. But I noticed that according to the data we have, that hasn't been happening. So I just want to make sure that it does happen for the school year coming up, which is 25-26.
Yeah, in one footnote, that's why I think moving to this, instead of random number, because that would be a random number effect, that we actually sort the kids by closest schools. So that in our initial beta testing on that is actually resulting in more reduced distances and more students getting their closest school. But again, please put that and have Dr. Gilbert send us, that in writing to us, so then we can really take a good look at that and get back to you with, again, a better answer. But I'm hoping for even one way to solve that problem. Let's work towards a solution.
Thanks for assigning me some homework, Mr. Alves.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Alves. That'll complete the Q&A, and then we'll move on to Dr. Gilbert presenting the survey results, right?
Absolutely. Again, thank you, Mr. Alves. Your work is done, sir. Enjoy the rest of your evening.
Well, I want to thank you all and have everyone have a good night. Thank you.
All right. Good night, sir.
Good night.
All right, Mr. Bonds, let's try this again. I'm not going to mess with this clicker, sir. You're going to have to control me this time. And the clock is running. Okay, so the next presentation, I'm going to run through the many surveys we have conducted through the community. And let me just take a point of personal privilege to thank all of the community people, the families, the students, the staff who have answered the call when we sent out these surveys. One of the rationale reasons around asking to discontinue the second phase of the III survey is so we can evaluate the amount of surveying that we're doing. When the policy around doing the III survey came out, the district did not have this wealth of surveying going on. But now we have a bunch of surveys that we can kind of look at. And so we want to make sure we value your time as citizens. We value the times of our students, but we also know that this feedback is very important. So the one survey that will not be presented tonight will be the work that we did with Seton Hall. I think we're going to come back and do that at a later date. But other than that, I'm gonna present on all of the surveys that we've done this year, with the exception of the data you see for the New Jersey School Climate Improvement Survey. That's last year's data. That is actually being administered as we speak now. So our schools are administering this year's version of the NJ Sky, as we call it right now. Okay, so next slide. So we'll start with the Triple I Experience Survey that was only given to our families because our 6th grade students had the DEIB survey from Hanover. We just felt that no need to give them another survey to do. So this is the family feedback for the Triple I Experience Survey. Next slide. So in January 2025, we surveyed families who were placed through our Triple I. A total of 1,018 students were placed. Our goal was to get at least 300 families to send back the survey. So we have a grow here. We only had 268 families, but I will say that we did see an increase this year in families who represented our students of color. So that was a grow for us. Let's go to the next slide. I'm going to go through these slides. This presentation will be placed for you online, so I'm probably going to skip through several slides, but this one again shows the demographic data of our families, and I want to call your attention to the orange slice. That's the slice for our Black families in particular. We did see an increase in the number of those families that participated in the survey, and so that was very important. Next slide. This slide talked about the diversity question that we asked. You can see we have a large number of our families in the red and blue. Next slide. I want to talk about this slide. So the question was, it's hard for our children to be accepted in the school. We saw a glow here, where we had a large, almost 94% of our families who replied said either strongly disagreed or disagreed with that, which means they felt like their students were accepted in the school. So that's a negative reversal, but that's what we want to see. So 96% of our families felt like their children were accepted in school. That's a glow for us. Next slide. This is the data on the question about tensions in school. Next slide. This particular slide, again, is another glow for us on our children feeling connected with another adult. I think that's right at 90% if you take the strongly agree and agree families together. And the reason I'm focused on the 90% is when we started this survey 2 years ago, our goal after that data came out was to try to get 90% in our positive categories. That, 80% is fine, but what we're looking for is 90% or above to really show that we're meeting some of these standards. And so the ones that we got 90 this time, I'd like to lift up. Next slide. Another glow for us is whether or not staff cares about our children. There again is another one where we hit the 90% mark. Next slide. Staff understands my child. We didn't quite make 90 there, so that's a growth for us. Next slide. Another one. I'm not going to insult anybody's intelligent to read all of these to you. You can see on this particular question where we landed. Next slide. We're going to stop here. Here's another glow for us of my children. Well, not a glow, but one that I want us to really flow on. This is a growth for us. My children, I see my children reflected in the lessons, or our child can see them reflected in the lessons. High in the mid 80s, that's good. However, we want 90%, so this is a growth for us. We want to try to make sure we get that number up and above. This keeps us to tell us we want to go, and you still got about 14% of the people who disagree with that statement. So that means, we've got work to do. Next slide. Receiving proper supports on benchmarks. That's for you, Madam President. I know you really want us to focus on our level benchmarks and things like that. And so this is an area of growth for us. We haven't quite made the 90% mark on that, but it's pretty high in the 80s. Next slide, please. Definitely a growth for us. This is the engagement piece. We're still working on our opportunities to engage with our families. This, I think, was one of the lower end data we got back. So we've got work to do in our schools in terms of engaging with our families. Next slide. Another growth here is feeling treated and respected in the classrooms. This is actually a glow for us. We reached that 90% mark in this particular one. Next slide. Feeling welcome and valued, a grow. We're not quite at 90% yet in this, and so this is what this work is about. This is the work that we're trying to do to build welcoming and inclusive environments. Have work to do in this particular category. About 15% people disagree with this statement, so that's too much. That's too many. Next slide. Another growth area for us is the hardship piece. I know that one of the things we're going to do, this is to you, Board Member Brown, is we've got to go into this and see where the kindergarten data is. And the problem with that, where we got to work with that is, it's optional for families to kind of tell us what grade their kiddos are in, but because you have to put the student number, we can actually take the student number and match it to the answer. That means we got to go through every single answer, match it to every single question, and pull that out. We're going to do that for you. We're going to do that. We're going to do that for you, and we're going to get that done to you, but you have to wait till the Rutgers implementation meeting for us to get it to you. But we're going to get that done for you and the board. She chairs the Rutgers committee, so I can pick on her a little bit. But we have 22%. We have 22% of our families who have experienced hardship. That's too much. That's too many. So that's definitely a growth area for us, an opportunity that we need to fit. Next slide, please. And then, as a caregiver, I feel proud of belonging to the school community. I think we. A little bit slightly under the 90%, but it's in the high 80s. So next slide. So the takeaways from the III survey, again, 92.9% of respondents believe their children don't find it hard to be accepted. 91% believe their child is connected to an adult. 96.2% feel their schools care about their children. 96.7% either strongly agree or agree that they are treated with the same respect as other families in their school. But we do have some grow areas. We need to grow in building our welcoming and belonging environments in our school. We need to continue to work towards making sure our children see themselves reflected in our curriculum and in our practices that we do here in the school. We do have work to do on our family engagement piece, which was the lowest respondent rate for strongly agree and agree was about 74%. And then only 82% of our families felt that the school staff reaches out to them to help them feel welcome and valued in their school. And then we've got that 22% hardship families that, we still need to dig deeper in and see what's happening with those particular families in that particular area. Next slide. The New Jersey School Climate Improvement Survey. This survey started in 21-22. It was piloted by our middle schools and our high school. In 22-23, our middle schools and our high schools did it again. And then last year, for the first time, all of our schools participated in this survey. This is one of the most informed surveys we have because we get a lot of participation. As you can see, 3,292 students, 450 staff members, 857 caregivers. This has given us a wealth of data. It's on a 4.0 scale. So when you see the slides coming up, you'll see that. And our principals use this data in building their building level plan. So they get the reports, as well as all the reports are underneath the Office of the Assistant Superintendent tab. If you go in there and go to reports, you can see every single NJ Sky data that we have for all of our schools, caregivers, staff, and students, and what those responses were. And right now, the window for the survey was April 28th to May 23rd. However, with testing and stuff, some schools extended that. So I think some of our schools are still administering it on into the first or second week of June, and that's fine. But when we get that data, our principals will look at it and dive into it. Next slide, please. Again, you can see our numbers at the top. So the rows, as we go through these slides, you'll see the first row are our students, 3rd through 5th grade. So our 3rd through 5th grade students do it in our elementary schools, but all of our families have an opportunity to answer this survey in our elementary schools. Our 6th through 12th grade students, our staff, 450 members of our staff, and like we said, 857 caregivers. Those numbers represent where they fell at on the 4.0 scale. You can look at those numbers, and those who want to make 4 an A. We don't do it that way, but I know people like to grade stuff. 4.0 will be an A and all of that stuff. You can kind of see where those grades fall in on that particular slide. Next slide, please. Remember, the first row is 3rd to 5th grade, 2nd row is 6th to 12th grade, 3rd row is staff, and the last row is families. You see those bottom two domains deal specifically with staff and caregivers, and then the last one was just a staff question. Next slide, please. And then you can see the numbers on these particular ones. The leadership support and organizational resources was just given to staff, and then the students got the student sense of belonging one, so the staff and families didn't get that one. So here are the takeaways from looking at those numbers. Areas of glow. Strong sense of physical safety came out on top. Continue to go to the next slide. Across all groups, especially in our 3rd to 5th grade students, our elementary students love us. You can see in this data that their scores are off the charts. Supportive staff and student relationships in those domains were generally positive. A high sense of belonging with our students for our 3rd to 5th graders, and the positive family and collegial support among staff amongst themselves and staff and families. Our families really love our teachers, and our teachers really love our families. And the work that our staff is doing collectively, it showed up in this survey. Our opportunities. There is definitely there's a gap of climate and culture between our students. Our 3rd through 5th graders love it. They're having a wonderful time. Our 6th to 12th graders, their scores are a little bit lower. They're not where we want them to be. So there's a gap on the experiences that our students are having. Student voice and involvement, there's an opportunity there. The data kind of shows us because the student scores are lower compared to where families and staff feel like student voice and involvement is. There's a difference between that. There's a gap between how our adults feel like our students feel like they have voice versus what our students are actually saying. So we need to look into that a little further. Social emotional supports for students, especially through our 6th to 12th graders, is definitely something we've got to pay more attention to. And the interpersonal relationships that our students are having. Our adults seem to believe that our students are getting along just fine, but that's not what the data is our students are saying. Our students are saying there's some things we got to look at. It's not bad now. It's not like we're in the ones or anything with those numbers are like 2.3, 2.4, 2.5, but though we still want to get those numbers up. So I don't want to be too gloom and doom here. All right, the next slide will deal with the Hanover DEIB survey. Next slide. So this was given through December 2024 through January 2025. We had some good response. We had 2,539 respondents, mainly students, at over 450 caregivers and families. And so we got a good number of people. We didn't do staff here because the last slide I'm going to show you is the actual staff survey that we did. So staff didn't get this survey, but we added some DEI questions to the end of the staff survey that they did get, so they were able to give us their impressions on DEIB. Next slide, please. You can't even read this, and so when you get your magnifying glass out and you can look at that, you can see that the 79% of the respondents were students. If you go down to that bottom column, that shows you that our special education families and students have the highest grade in our special programs people who responded. And if you go to that very last box on the right, that's the ethnic breakdown. You can see that, again, 60% of respondents were white, but we had 21% who were black and 10% who were Hispanic. Reason I point that out to you is that's pretty closely kind of lining up to what our demographics say. So what that tells us is we got a good survey sample to look at some of this data. All right, next slide. So I just picked out a few things. Our schools have not yet gotten their individual score reports. Their schools are going to get their individual score reports, but this kind of shows you the district overall satisfaction. You can actually go to the next slide, because on this slide, this actually gives you a breakdown of the respondents broken down by all of the people of color who responded versus our white families or white students who responded. So this gets to show you a little bit of some of the differences. One of the things that this survey did show us is that in some of our categories, and many of them, there's a disparity in which group feels like we're doing one or the other. In this one, it talks about, you know, the satisfaction rate on how we as a district are recognizing various racial and ethnic groups, recognizing various cultures, recognizing sexual orientation. Those were the top 3 areas that we're doing pretty well in, but at the bottom, there's concerns about how we are looking at disability status, how we are looking at socioeconomic status, and how we deal with our home languages. So some glows at the top we're doing really well at, but some work we got to do at the bottom end of that with some of those things that I just talked about. Next slide. Again, some district priorities. So this talked about where people thought our district's priorities were and what where we were performing best at. Next slide. The top 2 things that came out here, this again shows you the difference, was creating a welcoming environment, and then recognizing and supporting student diversity, and resources and support for academic achievement were the top 3 areas where they thought we were doing good. But then there's some things at the bottom that we need to pay attention to, like resources and support for student mental health, staff, professional development, that's going to come up again later, and resources and support for staff mental health. Those are areas that showed out at the bottom. That's something that we got to pay attention to. Next slide. And this panned out with the district priority pieces that people talked about as well. Next slide. All right, next slide. So some key takeaways again: social emotional learning ranked at the top. Perceptions of support for diverse groups was very positive. Although our students frequently take classes with other students from different backgrounds, fewer feel like we spend time getting to learn one another. That came out of this survey. Incorporating more DEIB in our instruction is a potential grow area for us. And many respondents didn't feel we do enough to hire or retain teachers of diverse backgrounds. So we got a 5-year diversity plan and other things that we're trying to work on that piece, but we have a survey now that kind of shows that's still a need, something that we need to do. There was definitely differences in the respondent rate based on who you were. Most respondents believe that we're doing a good job of recognizing different cultures, religions, and things of that nature. However, there's room to grow there, and facility and maintenance was also of concern for many of our respondents. And finally, the upbeat staff survey. So this is, you can go to the next slide. Keep rolling. There we go, next one. So this was new. We conducted the upbeat survey. It was administered March 4th to 18th. It was really for all of our teachers, and the classified staff for folks like our instructional coaches and things of that nature. That made up that group. So those were the groups of people who took this survey. And there were 21 domains involved in it. Next slide. When you online, you'll be able to read this. You can't read that now, but these are the different domains. I'll highlight the domains that we showed the greatest promise in was around principal trust, instructional leadership, and self-efficacy of our staff. They felt like, you know, they had a lot of empowerment for themselves there. The areas of growth were around professional development, around teacher voice and leadership, and around compensation and benefits and stuff. And so all that dancing we saw Rocio do after the sign of the contract, I think we might have got that covered, hopefully, right? Okay. Messing with my friend Shiva right there. Next slide. This is some more of those areas, some of the domains. Next slide. Now this graph that you can't see is what our staff of color said. And so when you get a chance to look at this online, I want you to do a comparison of what those areas actually look like. But there were some similar things, for example, where the overall score on professional development was slightly low in terms of overall. It was 50-50 for our staff of colors, but that's still not impressive. So that's things we have work to do. The self-efficacy was high on that range for our staff of color, but compensation and career path was much lower than the district average for staff on that particular piece. But our staff of color thought that there was an opportunity for equal opportunities for all staff here. So take a look at that when you get an opportunity, and it's very fascinating data. Next slide. I'm not going to read these, but when you go and look at this particular presentation, I've just pulled out a few of some of the questions that were asked in each of the domain areas for you to kind of look at. And I kind of related them to some of the other areas that we had talked about in some of the other previous slides. Go to the key takeaway slide, please. I'm feeling like I'm brushing up on that 20 minutes. So the key takeaways from the Upbeat survey: compensation and career path opportunities were only rated positively by 31% of the teachers and 30% of the classified staff. Professional development was another area of concern, with just 39% of our teachers and 40% of our teachers having positive reactions to that, and only 55% of our teachers and classified staff felt that the resources in our facilities were adequate. The survey results indicate that strong staff perceptions in these areas, such as efficacy, equal opportunities, trust, and sense of purpose, were good, but however, compensation, professional development, resource, and facilities need our attention. So what does this all mean for SOMSD? Last slide. Whew. So based on the data, here are some things that you can look forward to us doing. We're going to bolster our social and emotional support system for students. So we're looking at a little reorganization with some of our non-child study team social workers, where a few of them may start coming under the office of the assistant superintendent, so that we can be more intentional in how those supports are reaching our young people. With one thing yelled out of all of these surveys, we've got to do more to support our social emotional well-being of our students. And then we got to create more spaces for our staff, who also had social and emotional and mental health as a high priority in some of this information. We're going to continue to implement our Rutgers equity audit recommendation. That's going to help get us to that welcoming, belonging, inclusive school system that we desire. We have a professional development committee this year that Mr. Bing is leading that committee. We are working to look at streamlining our professional development. We just met. One of the things that came out of there is we have 4 concentration areas for professional development coming to you soon. I'm not going to reveal what those 4 areas are, but they're coming to you soon. And all of our professional development has to fit underneath these 4 categories. And so this committee has been working. They've been asking their colleagues about what more professional development they need. And so we're excited about finally getting a strength and a strength in that particular work. We're going to provide more opportunities for staff and low to grow, learn to grow together. You know, we talked about affinity spaces. Many times when we talk about affinity spaces, you hear it about being broken down and based on race and ethnicity, but there are also affinity spaces that allow groups of people, whether you're saying teachers, you're saying categories, or other likenesses that you have. We're going to create those spaces so that educators can learn from one another, but also build each other up and empower each other to kind of help with some of the well-being things that they've asked for. And then we're going to increase some leadership and growth opportunities. That yelled out at us from the Upbeat survey, that our teachers need more leadership opportunities and want ways to grow. And we're going to continue to enhance our facility upgrades and maintenance. I believe we're working on a new facilities maintenance plan that we're working on to come off the heels of all the other work that we're doing. And so with that, completes the survey presentation. I'll stand for questions.
Good job. Thank you, Dr. Gilbert. Questions? Jeff, yeah.
I was going to make a commenting question on question 18 in the III survey.
Sure.
Because that's the one that relates the most to placement and difficulties families have placement. Like Deirdre is going to comment on the fact that we don't disaggregate sixth graders and kindergartners. And that's a big deal because as we saw just now, 83% of sixth graders assigned to their closer school anyway. And for them, it's not the same kind of participation of a logistical challenge like it is for kindergartners, where 52% of kindergartners are not assigned to their closest school. And sixth graders don't need early care and aftercare, which is a big problem for some families who have unwanted III placements for kindergarten. And sixth graders can also get themselves places independently, and kindergartners can't. So if you actually disaggregated, by grades for kindergarten, and then you disaggregated by kindergartners who are going to their closest school versus a distant school, I think you would see a lot of hardship by families who didn't get their closest school. It would be over 50%. And we've made a big deal of the fact that we send 70% of kids to their first closest or second closest school, which means a third of kids are not going to their two closest schools. But it's not necessarily even good for a family to go to their second closest school if they're under that 1.25 mile threshold. And for most families who live very close to an elementary school, their second closest school is less than 1.25 miles away. The only two of the 6 elementary schools that are more than 1.25 miles from the nearest school are South Mountain and Bolden, and they're barely over 1.25 miles. They're 1.3 miles from each other. This is more of I don't have a question here, but it's more of a comment. But we've seen difficulty in terms of actually distance. A family is over 2 miles away, over 3 miles away. And that's really important. But also we should consider the fact that the difficulty could be a long bus ride. It's possible that someone who's 1.5 miles from a school might have a longer bus ride than someone who's 2.5 miles away. And I think emotionally what matters to people is sometimes the ratio of the distance from the closest school to where they're assigned. So, if you live 1 block from your closest school and you're assigned to a school 1.5 miles away, that could be pretty aggravating. But if you're not that close to your closest school anyway, hypothetically, if 525 Academy Street were a house, we're still almost 1 mile from Clinton School from here. So if you're assigned to your second closest school, it's barely farther than your closest school. It's not a big deal emotionally or logistically. So, we have to consider that too. So anyway, I hope that we can disaggregate that question 18 about hardship. I had a question though, here's my question. We got open-ended responses from, almost everyone who filled out the survey. And, I have to say that the responses on III placement are overwhelmingly negative. I counted, only 3 people said anything good about it. And then a 4th person criticized other people for criticizing it. Every other response is negative. And they're often extremely negative. A lot of people, I think, actually said their children were isolated, didn't have any friends on the block, and it was damaging the community. This is someone said, the placement of a child to a different middle school than their elementary school friends is a horrible mistake. A lot of people also talked about having unnecessary early care and aftercare. People used words like chaos to describe it. Here's another one on isolation. We're the only family on our entire street that not placed in the nearest elementary school. Here's a family, their bus was supposed to pick them up at 6:59 a.m. You can't make a 5-year-old get to a bus at 6:59. What's the administration's comments on a lot of discontent about the III placement? That I think does show up in the open-ended responses. What are you guys planning to do to make sure that we have maybe a more collaborative placement system starting in 26, 27?
Well, before
I've been waiting a few years to say this because I've been part of this too, and my family has gone through a lot of trouble too.
I'm gonna let Mr. Bean address that, but before that, I want to clarify one point. So we can disaggregate the data because parents do put in their student information. It's just got to take us a minute. We do know that 47% of the 268 families who filled out the survey were kindergarten family members. 27% of the kiddos who of families who filled out the III survey were 6th grade parents. We do know that. So that we were able to get that information by matching up the things. So to that particular point, we can do it. It's a little difficult because we left the option open for families to tell us that because we wanted to give them the freedom to, because some people don't like to let us know certain characteristics about what they are because they feel like that may challenge them in being able to be as open and honest as they want to. So Mr. Bing, I'll let you address the concerns around some of the negative comments that Mr. Bennett raised about what we're gonna do.
Yeah, no, I think the board is moving in the right direction with the Rutgers Implementation Committee and leaving ourselves about a year's worth of runway to do the work. This isn't overnight work. We've discussed that multiple times, and I think we have some pretty good, strong agreements amongst the board of where we need to go in order to meet some of these needs. So I look forward to the work of the Rutgers Implementation Committee.
Thank you very much. That's very encouraging, and thank you for validating the fact that most of the comments were very negative about triple-I placement. Has Michael Alves seen the open-ended responses? Because I think if he had seen them, he might have had a different tone tonight.
So,
Because he was, he said it had been implemented very well, for instance, and he focused on integration itself. Sorry, he said it had been implemented very well, which I think a lot of people disagree with. And, he made integration itself the only metric of success, when I think we should consider parental satisfaction, academics, once we have that, and the budgetary impact. And, I think that if he saw the open-ended responses, he would see that things are not going quite that well.
Yeah, but I think for a statistician, the algorithm's intent is 5%, so that's all he's looking at, to be very honest with you. That's his life's work, is algorithm, and the intent of the algorithm is to integrate our schools at that 5% number, and I think that's the lens he was speaking from. Yeah.
Use the mic. Anyone else want to comment? Okay, Deirdre.
Just really quick, thank you for running through all these surveys. It's really helpful. The one thing that stood out to me that you didn't mention was the college and career readiness support, and that's something also that Oliver had mentioned. When you looked from the Hanover survey in particular, in terms of what the district is doing best, that was low for both white students and multi-race students, with only 9% saying they felt that was, I can't remember the exact question, but it was something like the district was doing it well, and then 15% of multi-race students. And I just kind of want to get your thoughts on, because college and career readiness support, I think 85% of our students or so from Columbia go to college. And then if they don't go to college, we want to make sure they have, other options available to them. Have you thought at all about, what we can do as a district to address this area?
Yeah, if you look at the data that's, and not only this data, but we've seen it in real time. CHS is a bit of a one-trick pony. It's a school that sends kids to college, but then you've got about 15 to 20% that may choose not to go to a four-year college. We're not meeting those needs. So I think a lot of the work that we're currently doing and moving towards an academy model and bringing back career and technical education, and as Oliver noted, making more opportunities for industry certifications, for students to get a taste of college, to make a decision of whether or not they want to go directly from high school to college. We also have students that need to work in order to afford college. They don't want to take out loans. So for us, we need to do a lot better job of workplace readiness and integrating 21st century skills into our curriculum, really 4 through 12. It's not only a CHS problem. Schools that are exemplar really integrate 21st century skills starting in 4th grade. And those are the skills that it doesn't make a difference what career you're going into. Your critical thinking, your leadership skills, they transcend any career, and they're skills that kids will carry with them for the rest of their lives. So we need to do a lot better job with that, and I think the work, we'll probably present something to the board within the next month or so in regards to the one-pager, in regards to CHS, but that will also tie into how we're integrating 21st century skills at an earlier grade. We've often talked about that pipeline.
Okay, and then I guess I also don't want to forget about the other 85% who do go to college right after, because I have heard from parents and students that the support there for the college application process, the writing of the essays, the understanding what courses you need to choose to get into certain schools, that is also lacking. So I think we need to do both.
Yeah, I think you noted at our ribbon cutting, oh my God, I lost track of days. Yesterday? So one of those areas dedicated in the media center will be a college and career readiness center. We're going to model that after a couple schools such as Bergen Tech and a few others that are top in the state that really leverage that space to make students better consumers, because right now they're not there. So for us, it's also working with our industry partners in the area and also working with our local colleges in the area to better educate our students. So I think that leveraging that space, I think, is a great first step. I also, as we noted, I think if you're looking in the commons, we're really going to start theming the commons more towards career. So you saw those blank walls. One of those walls is going to be a Bloomberg wall. You'll see a stock market ticket. You'll see a TV running business. Then you'll see a STEM wall. So we're trying to really integrate more careers and just making kids a little, as I noted, better consumers. Because right now we're just not, we're not there. Yeah.
I had a question. It's okay if I go next. For the Upbeat survey, were there opportunities for teachers to provide commentary? Because if so, I'm curious if there were ideas shared for how to better support their mental health. Was there an opportunity for them to give feedback?
There were no open-ended responses for that, but what we'll do with that data, and we have an internal team that's going to do the analysis. We'll probably bring, because that was one of the highlights that we need to kind of look at. We'll bring a team together of teachers and kind of bring them in and kind of talk them through. So what are some of the things they would like to see happen to kind of help them with some of that mental health pieces.
Okay, great, thank you.
We're also working, and I think Kerry mentioned it at our last committee, to be a little more proactive with assessments for our students and their mental health. I think many of you know, if you have younger kids right now, they're giving certain, your pediatrician is giving certain assessments to students now, and we're going to try to make that a little more widespread, especially for incoming freshmen, because as we noted a couple meetings ago, the data is showing clearly that 60% of the discipline is coming from our freshmen, mental health issues coming from our freshmen. So we really want to make that a focus, but I think being a little more proactive with our assessments will get us in a better place.
Last one.
Fine. Last question, Dr. Gilbert. I appreciate having this summary of some of the many surveys that we have administered to our students, staff, and community. And we all are so data hungry and want to, slice and dice things 30 different ways to understand how we're doing and how we can do better. I know that one concern we've had, though, is survey fatigue. And in looking here, there's probably between the NJ Sky survey, our own III survey, and the Hanover, there's probably areas where all three are asking the same question. And I know, for example, the tremendous student data we get out of NJ Sky is probably overlaps to a degree with the great survey that our student reps did at Columbia. Do we have a plan going forward as far as looking to see any ways that we can streamline some of these to get the best data all in one place instead of having folks, avoid the surveys because they are pretty sure they already did it 5 times already?
Yes, part of the evaluation piece as we look at the changes maybe even made to the III survey. One of the conversations I think we're going to have hopefully in the Rutgers implementation meeting, but I know we're going to have an SLT is, which surveys we can get rid of and which surveys we need to keep. I'm a proponent. I love the NJ Sky survey. We get a lot of participation from that. A lot of those questions, I think, overlap. And if there's a way, we could actually do the NJ Sky data twice a year as opposed to one. As a matter of fact, the folks from Rutgers have been trying to push us to do that, but we've been pushing back simply because of the amount of surveys. This is just an example. I think we need to look at our surveys and determine which ones can get us the information and then figure out that's the one that we're going to use, or maybe a couple of them, and then figure out how to get the other information that our people are thirsty and knowledgeable for. So what is it that we need to do with our folks who are in III, and how we can maybe come up with another vehicle to get that information, or for our staff, what is another vehicle we can get other information from? I think we've got a couple of good surveys, and I just threw NJ Sky out there because that's the one I've been most familiar with since my arrival here. So we're going to take a look at it, hopefully like I say, in the Rutgers Implementation Committee meeting, as well as through SLT, and have a conversation. And then we'll come up with a plan to present to you all as a board on, which surveys I think we should do and use. I am thankful that we did get Hanover, who's going to help us put together dashboards, and they can actually they don't necessarily have to use their survey. They can use other surveys and bring that together and help us create a dashboard. So that's going to be quite helpful in helping us make the determination on which surveys we want to. So that's a long way to say we haven't come up with a plan yet, but we'll have one soon. So, yeah.
Okay, great. You're out of the hot seat, Dr. Gilbert. Good job. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, so now would be BA update, but I just confirmed anything?
Yes, for the good of the order, I'll surrender my time.
Thank you very much. We will accept that. Moving on, I'll do my board president update. The board is striving to consistently integrate pre-K topics into our committee discussions, recognizing that our pre-K program will often be the first point of engagement for families entering our district. The program has exponentially increased over the years with more than 8 locations, including Montrose. Thank you to board members Callahan and Bennett for passionately encouraging this effort with the district and the board. I've asked our committee chairs to include pre-K as a monthly agenda item to remind us to discuss timely topics and provide ongoing oversight as needed. It may not always be needed every month, especially with respect to our policies, pop-up issues, and necessary caregiver communications. Also, thank you, Superintendent Mr. Bing and the Director of Early Childhood Education, Mr. Leroy Johnson, and team for organizing and hosting our first pre-K and kindergarten town hall, right? Yep, that was May 16th. As part of our board duty, we have completed our evaluation of our superintendent in his first year, which will be presented to him formally in our closed exec session after our recognition and retirements meeting on Thursday, June 5th. We have reviewed the rubric for internal student transfers process, which incorporates protocols for III transfers. It's important to ensure that the rubric and accompanying worksheet reflects the 5124 policy changes from 2023. The 5124 policy changes intentionally remove the language, and I quote, "Hardships do not include childcare needs, transportation, and work hours," so that they could be considered when reviewing transfer requests on a case-by-case basis. It's important to recognize that our intentional integration initiative brings its own challenges for families that zone schools did not. We need to approach these challenges with as much empathy for families as we can. We will be discussing this further in upcoming policy and Rutgers June committee meetings, including the idea of making the rubric public so that the community understands how transfer decisions are made. We have asked our business administrator and FFT committee to revitalize our legal bill tracking efforts from 2023 because our board has a fiscal responsibility to stay on top of our legal spend and liabilities. Thank you to Board Member Brown for bringing this need up earlier in the year. The board's legal fees do not have its own line item in the district's overall budget. In the 2022-23 school year, FFT uncovered an exponential increase in spend, and the central office analysis was never completed. This work needs to continue with comparisons from 2024 and 25 so that we can understand the trends and find ways to reduce costs. Sorry, Patrick. Thank you to our BA and team for taking on this integral task at a time when we know the forthcoming years will be challenging financially. Patrick isn't our only legal counsel, by the way. Okay, board president's statement. The school board meeting is a business meeting in public and not a meeting with the public. Oftentimes, it may appear to members of our audience that the Board of Education takes action with very little comment, and in many cases, a unanimous vote. Before a matter is placed on the agenda at a public meeting, it has thoroughly been reviewed by the administration, the superintendent of schools, and the Board of Education, after which it is placed on the agenda for board discussion and action at a public meeting. Now we'll be hearing for delegations. If someone could grab the sheet, that'd be great. Thank you for coming in person and joining us online this evening. The South Orange Maplewood Board of Education values public involvement and respects that you've taken the time to address the board at tonight's meeting. As this is the board's business meeting, a friendly reminder to please be respectful as we take into consideration your valuable input, which will inform future deliberations and work by the Board of Education and its committees. The board does have time limits by policy, and it will be enforcing those to enable as many people to speak as possible this evening. Each individual will be given 3 minutes to speak. The first public comment period is usually limited to 1 hour with priority, often given to items related to the meeting agenda. Second public comment may be limited to 30 minutes. And please remember to say your full name and town where you reside. Oh, yeah. So that, was that the only one?
No, I think he spoke and she didn't.
Oh, and she didn't. Is she here? Jennifer Spiegler. Thank you. Yeah, that's perfect.
Hi, everyone. I'm Jennifer Spiegler from Maplewood. It is so refreshing to see this board in action. I haven't been in a meeting since the new board took effect, so thank you all for your support. And I just got a text from my brother-in-law about this district being on the target list, so I wish you all well as we approach this new crazy endeavor we're in. I came here to speak about the marching band truck, but after listening to these few hours, you have a lot on your hands. Mr. Bennett, I hear you. We have a neighbor who gets home from school from kindergarten after 4 o'clock in the afternoon, being bussed all over the place. Your survey, I think, is applicable. I think the parents are in complete agreement as well. There is no college preparedness for these students at all, except for 15-minute meetings with their counselors, or the exception of an amazing English teacher who is helping the students, but there's no preparedness at all. The students are amazing. They do wonderful things. But I am here to talk about the marching band truck. My student is leaving the district and moving on to amazing things, thanks to the teachers in this district. Thank you all. But this has been years in the making. I don't even need to write new remarks because I've been talking about this for years. You have all received many emails with stats about what's going on. When I walked down here, the lacrosse team was practicing. Imagine them practicing without their sticks or their balls. What we did to the marching band students last year, half of the band performed at SOMS, the other half performed there. A football team, offense is playing on one field, defense is playing on another. It doesn't work. It's dangerous because the instruments are not being transported properly. The students are in danger. The families are completely overworked. We are all doing many things. I flocked your house the other night. We are all doing a lot of things because we love our communities. We're doing a lot, but the kids need a truck to compete, to perform. You go to any competition, every other school has a truck to move their equipment. It's really unfortunate. It's been going on for years. You heard all of us these past few years. So I really implore you to do something. A lot of these musicians, as arts is important, a lot of the kids are going to school with scholarships anywhere from $10,000 to $50,000 because of their amazing proficiency in music and arts. So let's keep this going, but the band needs a truck. The band was also told that their concert for next week, or it's been rescheduled for 2 weeks, is being canceled because we can't use the stage, which is another issue, but I'm not going there tonight because we're in senior year of that program right now. But please, the truck, thank you very much. Have a good night, everyone.
Thank you so much. It looks like.
You know what, I should say
Yeah,
something
yeah, go
about that.
ahead,
I mean,
please.
we've heard and received those letters, and we've heard the appeals, and me personally, having been a member of band growing up and in college, I definitely have an affinity to that and understand how it moves the needle from an education standpoint and inclusion. It's amazing stuff, and it's definitely being prioritized, and we're taking action to try to solve that.
Thank you so much, Mr. Moody. And there are no online speaks, so then that would conclude our public speaks tonight, well, at least the first one. So next is going to be committee reports. I'm not going to read the summary I normally read because it's after 10 o'clock. So you know what you need to do, keep it short. And we'll start with this side, C&I, please, if you're ready. Thank you.
All right, so the C&I Curriculum and Instruction Committee met on May 12th at 6:30 p.m. with all members present. We discussed progress and updates related to district goals, including the following highlights. Related to Goal 1, College and Career Readiness, middle school math course selection is underway through the end of the month. which is this week. The district will share data on course recommendations and selections with the committee in the future. They will also survey teachers and caregivers about the process. More surveys to come. The district PD committee, as we heard about, is meeting and underway. Related to Goal 2, global citizenship, we discussed updates on the extensive freshman academy planning that's been underway. Related to Goal 4, family and community engagement, we heard about the middle school math presentations, which about 250 people attended live, and the video has been posted for others to check out online. We discussed policy 2314, as I'm sure Board Member Meyer will discuss, and we were updated on 3 new regulations written by district C&I leaders. Regarding the budget, we heard the progress being made in utilizing title funds. In addition, we received key updates related to the CHS scheduling process. Things remain on track with the use of Power Scheduler, reducing errors and enabling better planning tools like Graduation Planner. We heard about new pathway programs, which was great to hear, especially given discussion earlier. And these pathways range from entrepreneurship to healthcare and will help students plan earlier with their counselor support and prepare for a variety of post-high school options. CHS administration met with Student Board of Ed reps and other students to share the scheduling timeline, as well as give feedback on the course selection process, and their response was positive. New business topics included classroom screen time and mental health supports for students. Our next meeting will be on June 9th at 6:30 p.m. Any questions?
It's not really a question, it's more of a comment, but related to Freshman Academy and scheduling. I just wanted to raise a concern that I've been hearing from rising freshmen and parents that within the past couple of weeks, the district has been selecting and reaching out only to certain 8th grade students to inform them about taking a humanities course in 9th grade in place of their World History and English 1. So that humanities course is an honors course and allows students to take the AP exam in May. I don't know the exact situation, but from what I've heard, only select students are being offered this course, which obviously runs counter to our equity and access as well as our parent choice policy. So just given that time is of the essence, because we're in the middle of scheduling right now, I'm raising this now, but I know that we're gonna discuss it at length in the C&I meeting, so I'm hopeful that we can learn more about the situation and make sure that all students, humanities, yeah.
Yeah, you raised that to me, and as I said, I forwarded it to Ms. Bodman.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure.
Putting it on our
Mr. Green was
agenda
aware.
for June.
Yep, thank you.
The Special Services Committee met on May 15th with all members in attendance. We began with our CPAC check-in with the CPAC President, Beth Cosentino. This month, we discussed the CPAC Resource Fair, which featured an array of provider and community resource tables, including a district graduate, Miles Cabbage-Stock, who's a motivational speaker, and a sensory calming space by Together We Bloom, an art activity table by the South Mountain YMCA. Feedback was overwhelmingly positive. It was great. I was there. And plans are in place to host it again next year. Additional discussions with CPAC included clarifying paraprofessional support guidance for NJSLA testing, supporting parents during IEP meetings with resources like SPAN's checklist, and concerns about older school buildings that might lack natural light or airflow, issues the district will explore further with school leaders. Next, the committee discussed the Special Education Experience Survey, not to be left out in the survey department. 90 responses have been received so far, so thanks to everyone who has already participated. Please note, if you have not had the chance to complete it yet, there is still time. Responses will be accepted through tomorrow, May 30th. Your feedback is important, and it helps guide our work, so please do take a minute, if you're not overwhelmed by all the other surveys, to fill that out. We received an excellent presentation this month, from Dr. Gilbert around special education demographics, composition, and risk ratio data. We received instructional updates that included planning for our ICRS classrooms in the 25-26 school year, the expansion of our ERI programming, and paraprofessional tracking and support alignment, which has continued across this school year and is gearing up to ensure that it is happening in tandem with scheduling so that resource allocation goes as planned for the upcoming school year. Personnel updates were highlighted were the hiring of 2 board-certified behavior analyst, and an additional CST member. We also, and I will leave it to Board Member Meyer in Policy and Governance in the interest of time to cover, but we did discuss a regulation to support our Section 504 plans. Following a conversation in Policy and Governance, we discussed it in Special Services. Our next meeting is scheduled for June 12th. A full recap is available on the website, and the floor is open to any questions from my colleagues.
Okay. On Monday, the municipal partners meeting, we all met. Everybody was in attendance as usual. And I would say, in terms of summary, the biggest thing that we talked about was Ritzer Field. The decision was made to move forward this year to request funds to get the project going on Ritzer Field. As we know, it's been approved for last year. It's been taking some time in getting the project delayed. In April, when there was the first BOES meeting, we decided initially to make it as a future ask and not go, but that would just delay the project further. So the senior leadership team, the municipal partners, we all decided that we're going to go and make the request earlier. So June 16th, FFT Chair, Superintendent Bing, Ms. Nubia here will be in attendance to make that request to the townships to move forward with that project. There's also been some back and forth in terms of clarity as to what was actually approved in the schematics, so we're going to go through that again ahead of time to make sure that we get reacquainted with what was approved and what needs to be revisited and adjusted to get construction going, which I think, Bill, you're probably going to talk about a little bit more, but if I stole your thunder, sorry.
Which topic was that?
The Ritzer.
Oh, yes, okay, great.
Any questions, by the way?
Not a question per se, but just as with municipal partnerships within FFT, as you continue to talk about Ritzer, I just wanted to raise a concern that was brought to me a couple days ago. I believe it was last week, the girls' JV softball team had to end their game after 3 innings because of it was a town rec baseball team. And so I just want to make sure that as we are reevaluating those Ritzer plans, we continue to remember that girls softball, JV, and varsity need their fields. Thank you.
The FFT committee met on May 21st with all board members attending. That's actually a better way to do it than naming everybody. I saw you say that. Taking one. I did want to call out and just give some more details around the marching band truck effort. You know, as Mr. Moody pointed out, you know, that is front and center for FFT. Just to give some more details there, Principal Sanchez identified a suitable truck for the marching band available for purchase at $5,000. However, we do need a mechanic who has been selected to conduct an inspection and provide repair estimates before proceeding. So we are moving on that. We discussed initial preparations for consideration of the ESIP funding opportunities, working with Sustainable New Jersey. You know, we did discuss Ritzer softball fields and the receipt of various plans for the build out of the softball field. So, you know, I do think there was an original plan. We have received a few different that the board is going to weigh. So, you know, I think that's an ongoing discussion. And to Nubia kind of stole some thunder that we are looking into legal bills and settlement tracking. So thank you, Nubia. Lastly, GEM Solutions invoice, a decision was made to pay the invoice at 65% of the original total. A formal resolution will be voted on by the board tonight. I wanted to give a big shout out to CHS, who brought in the after the fire assembly for seniors. The assembly was facilitated by 2 Seton Hall University 2020 fire survivors. Its focus was on safety for college and university campuses, so that's awesome.
These are my highlights, but more details are posted on the website. The next meeting for FFT is June 11th. Any questions? No? Okay.
Mark, we also spoke about transfers.
We did. No. And I, because this was such a long meeting, I was selective, but Board Member Bennett is correct. We did speak about pre-K busing, and transportation. So, and that's an ongoing conversation as well that we'll dig deeper in. But a very spirited conversation. Yes. Thank you.
All right, the Policy Committee met on May 7th with all board members in attendance. We have 4 different pieces that came out of that committee that are up for a vote tonight. We have 3 policies. First of all, Policy 1331 on evaluation of the board secretary, which adds in language from our Strauss Esme template, which conforms our policy to our current practice, where the superintendent evaluates the board secretary when that person is also our business administrator. We are also adopting changes to Policy 3217 and 4217, both staff and teacher policies on the use of corporal punishment, to clarify and affirm that that policy should be read in concert with the protections available for special education students as far as restraint on those students. We also are adopting in first read tonight Regulation 2418, which is a regulation that has so far been missing from our policy book, one of many, unfortunately, that we're slowly chasing with regard to Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act. So implementing a lot of those Section 504 requirements. So very welcome to get that on the book. So all of those are for first read tonight. We also addressed in our policy meeting a number of other policies that are in the hopper for possible amendment and adoption, including Policy 2365 with regard to acceptable use of generative artificial intelligence, Policy 2314 regarding academic placement, Policy 5530 regarding substance abuse, Policy 6472 regarding tuition reimbursement to our staff and administrators, Policy 9120 regarding public relations, and specifically as it relates to restrictions on district use of materials regarding board members when those board members are up for election, and looking at Policy 2431, our academic competitions with regard to squaring that policy with our expansion, hopefully into middle school sports, and Policy 8600 regarding transportation, in looking at how that transportation policy may need to evolve to specifically memorialize the current scheme of courtesy busing that we have, and any changes that could be made to transportation in the future, alongside our review of the the integration initiative on an ongoing basis. Everything else can be viewed in our minutes on the website. Any questions? All right.
I'm up. Personnel is up. Personnel Committee met on Tuesday, May 27th at 6:30 p.m. Unfortunately, Board Member Gifford and Mr. Bing had conflicts and were unable to attend. The rest of the committee was there. A few things I wanted to highlight. Up for vote in the personnel resolution, you'll see the revised Director of Guidance job description. I know many folks, including myself, are very happy to see that included back in the budget. I just wanted to call out the addition of managing the Perkins Grant and coordinating CTE programming. While we were reviewing the 25-26 vacancy report, we did have a discussion about the 14 new unbudgeted special ed positions based on projections and legal mandates. The plan is to fill new positions by reallocating existing staff and right-sized based on current program staffing levels. The committee did express concerns that, these are new unbudgeted positions and, what that impact will have on staffing in our budget. And we will be discussing further in our June special services meeting to get a better understanding of the plan. We also discussed the upbeat staff survey results, but Dr. Gilbert did a good job of giving everybody the download, so I'm just going to skip my bullets on that. And the rest can be viewed online. The next committee meeting will be Monday, June 23rd at 6:30 p.m. Questions, comments?
Okay, great. That concludes committee report outs. Great. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
The delegate assembly.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I forgot. Thank you. Keep it short.
I haven't had many updates.
I'm just kidding.
On May 10th, I went to the semi-annual New Jersey School Boards Association Delegate Assembly. The Delegate Assembly had 3 resolutions that all the assembled districts voted on. That might actually give a picture to some people about where education is going in a couple areas. One is about awarding varsity letters for e-sport participation, which we voted for, that passed. Another was supporting excused absences for VOTEC and union certification activities. Right now, there are 7 different kinds of excused absences in New Jersey, including college visits, and the advocates for this bill said that, people should be able to miss school with an excused absence for VOTEC and union certification. Another resolution was on liberalizing the rules on who can become a school nurse. This would actually allow someone who has an associate's degree, like with a nursing certificate, to become a school nurse. The basis for this was that New Jersey school districts have a major shortage of nurses. Not everyone agreed with this at the New Jersey School Boards Association meeting. It passed by a single vote. We did, according to my authorization, vote for this, so my vote actually was decisive. And again, if you're out there, New Jersey School Boards Association takes a variety of views on educational issues, and it's supposed to lobby for or against whatever is authorized by the assembled delegates. The NJSBA passing something doesn't mean it's law, not even close. And actually, the varsity esports letter thing, that's actually just to encourage districts to grant varsity letters for esports. It's not binding in any way, shape, or form. Anyway, that's all. Thank you very much.
And Jeff, the next delegate assembly is it in December when they meet again, at the end of the year?
Yes, I think it's December 9th.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, so yes, now we have concluded that, and we are now going into the action portion of the meeting. I think there are no severs, so Mr. Moody, can you please read the resolutions into record, and then we'll have open discussion?
Sure. We're set to take action on action items 4804 through 4812. If there's any discussion on those action items.
Okay, discussion is now open. I believe Mr. Bing has an update or whatever.
It's late. Just wanted to...
Whatever, you know what I'm trying to say. You have something to say.
Just wanted to point out on 4807, resolution Z under there, is the GEMS. It is GEMS, and as you recall, that is a consultant brought in last summer for scheduling. We wanted to be as transparent as possible and make sure we're pointing that out. Obviously, that time brought some challenges and also some opportunities, which included bringing back the director of guidance position, adding college and career readiness to that title, and career and technical education. Also gave us an opportunity to examine our process of scheduling and to form a more collaborative committee to really analyze every step of the process. And I think we're in a very good place, I think, as noted right now. So we just wanted to be transparent and point out that the GEMS is on this agenda.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bing. Any other? No? Okay, so then we will vote. Thank you.
With that, we'll take it to a vote then. I'll begin a roll call vote for the action items. Board Member Bennett?
Yes.
Board Member Brown?
Yes.
Board Member Callahan?
Yes.
Board President Duval-Wilson?
Yes.
Board Member Eckert?
Yes.
Board Member Gifford?
Yes.
Board Member Kapadia?
Yes.
Board Member Meyer?
Yes.
And Board Member Sackett-Gable?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, keep it down over there. All right, so then last section of this meeting, hearing of individuals. I don't see anything online. I don't think anyone's gone up there. So it's just new business. Remember, new business items are things that require immediate attention and a vote tonight. Do you have any new business? No? Okay, great, thank you. So future meetings, the Board of Education will meet again in exec session on Wednesday, June 4th. No action will be taken. Then in public session on Thursday, June 5th, 2025 at 6:30 PM for our recognitions and retirements meeting. Action will be taken. And then again on Thursday, June 26th, 2025 at 6:30 PM for our regular board meeting where action will also be taken. I am now going to adjourn. Mr. Moody, I would now like to make a motion to adjourn this meeting on Thursday, May 29th at 10:37 PM. May I have a second? Thank you, Brown. All in favor? Okay, great. Meeting is adjourned. Have a great night, everyone.
Literally.